Hello, my internet friends. Welcome back to Walking Talking, the show where I walk and talk. After I said that, I realized immediately that I didn't have anything to say, and I just immediately was grasping for something to say. And I felt almost panicked, almost like what to do here. What to say. And I'm making this effort now just to go forward without thinking about it. Just keep my mouth moving already. Say I'm feeling, well, I was gonna say I feel thankful to be doing this, and in a way I do, but in another sense I don't have any particularly strong feelings about it, although I keep getting annoyed at how the camera keeps tilting on an angle like this. The camera is just rubber banded to a stick that I found, but the nature of my rubber banding job just makes it keep tilting. So maybe this episode will just be at an angle. Well, I have to keep talking anyways, but I guess I shouldn't think about it that way. I have to, no, I should maybe not frame things by using the words have to, but rather that I'm choosing to continue talking. At the moment it feels, maybe I had some kind of thought that I feel like I have to, or that because it feels a little unnatural at the moment to keep talking. The natural thing would be to just walk without talking. So, but you know, so I'll force myself to keep talking, and hopefully at some point it'll not feel so unnatural. I'm having, you know, lots of thoughts are coming to my head that are just kind of situational, about the details of what's going on. I feel out of sorts with regards to talking right now and to thinking. As in, my thinking feels cloudy right now. And certainly that has something to do with my circumstance today, both externally and internally. Externally, in that I'm in a location that I'm unfamiliar with, and internally, both, you know, internally, physiologically, like physically and mentally, both of those things being very linked. My thinking about my internal state is that it's in some kind of disequilibrium, or that the whatever equilibrium is being maintained physiologically for me today is somewhat tenuous. Owing to the fact that, you know, my sleeping and eating patterns have been very irregular for the past several days, just owing to circumstance and, you know, to my own fault as well. And I really wish the camera would not be so damn tilted. It's annoying me a lot. Let me just see if there's any way I can straighten you out. And now it's pointed upwards. This is terrible. Should I just stop this video to do this? No, we can keep filming. It's all right. This is I don't have to hang on to any, you know, very great expectations about what this video is going to be like, and so I think it's all right if it includes a little bit of shifting around the camera. It's pretty level now. We'll see how long that lasts. I'll have to show you a picture of the selfie stick. Maybe I'll post it on the community section of my channel. We got some stinging nettles here. They're everywhere around this place. You would never go short of nettles here. Well, I always have some, I tend to hold on to some ideals about what my mental state should be like when I walk and talk. And I hope for it to have certain qualities, but then also the act of walking and talking contributes to a mental state that I'm attracted to. So it's like, if I can cultivate that mental state outside of walking and talking so that I can bring it into walking and talking, that's the best thing for you. But if I don't do that, and walking and talking is a tool for me to achieve a favorable mental state, or at least some what we could call it, some kind of clear mental state, whatever that means, if that has any validity, then I guess that's a little bit more selfish in some way. It's at least relatively selfish in the relative sense of this context of this video. Maybe today, this episode is slightly selfish in that it's possible that this episode is doing more to contribute to my personal mental well-being than it is contributing to other people's mental well-being. But I'm not going to jump to that conclusion yet. That definitely remains to be seen, and even the way that I put that may in fact be not the best way of thinking about things. In fact, I have a suspicion that even by dropping this concept of mental well-being completely, that there may be a kind of mode of consciousness that's possible that is more encompassing of of reality. By that I mean a consciousness that could contain both contain within it both dualistic ways of thinking and a non-dualistic way of thinking, where even this notion of well-being is like irrelevant, even though from a dualistic perspective, I think that mode of consciousness, this non-dualistic mode of consciousness, is dependent upon a dualistic consciousness that does think about well-being and you know, is able to achieve it. Like, there's a certain kind of, speaking from this dualistic perspective, there's a kind of certain baseline well-being that's necessary to provide a foundation for a non-dualistic way of thinking. I feel some self-consciousness coming up as I listen to myself say these things and vaguely remember talking about this stuff before, and thinking that even sometimes when might seem like I'm thinking of something originally, like I'm the thinker, that's me, like having these thoughts. Actually, these thoughts, I've had these same thoughts before, and I'm just kind of, my mind is just thinking in a pattern. It's just reenacting a pattern that I've thought before. And I feel even more self-consciousness when I realize that some of the things that I just said, those ideas, aren't really originally mine. They've at least been very influenced by other people, and maybe even to the extent that they're, you know, almost kind of just taken from other people. But, you know, that self-consciousness is maybe also a product of some form of narcissism that seems to be putting more importance on me as an author of ideas than on the ideas themselves. Like, if I'm not worried about myself and my worth as a person and my worth as an original thinker, then it seems like I could allow these ideas to circulate and communicate them just for their own accord, and not so much on their on what they do for me, you know. But then there's this question of what's being contributed. But there's at least this process that's being contributed. There's at least just, I don't know, a document of somebody thinking and trying to communicate thoughts in a continuous manner for 4 hours. So there's that. There's this. I think I'm still feeling a little bit of the mental fogginess. But I'm trying not to compound it by worrying about it. And I thought again just now about the quality of what's going on here, the quality of what I'm saying, and I wondered if it's of any kind of value. myself thinking about that, and then I went on to question if that kind of thought pattern is a negative one, you know. If I'm expending mental energy needlessly, worrying about whether what I'm saying is of any quality or value, and if I might in fact be making some self-fulfilling prophecy of the content of what I'm saying being valueless because I'm expending all my energy worrying about whether it's valueless, rather than rather than expending that mental energy on some other thoughts that might be more valuable. And as I start to describe this process, it becomes almost kind of funny for me to realize that this thought process itself is just a continuance, like a reiteration of the same process that it is wondering about, you know. That this is just it's like a meta worrying, you know, worrying about worrying. But as I describe it, it might not be accurate entirely to call it worrying, because I don't really feel physically anxious about it. It's more just thoughts rather than something that's producing any emotional anxiety. It's just a wondering. But I found it humorous that I was questioning the value of what I'm thinking and talking about. So it's interesting to note that cycle perpetuating itself into meta levels, and B, that whole train of thought rests on some, you know, completely vague and undefined, blurry notion of something else that might be more valuable than this, which I'm realizing as clear as day in this moment is a completely false idea when it comes to this process that I'm engaged with right now. I don't have to say engaged with, I could just say doing, right? And like spare you the pretension of like using words like engaging or engaged. But this idea that there's some other thoughts that I could be having that are more valuable. And I think that this video, this series of videos, walking and talking, is almost, for me, an expression of my feeling towards thoughts. And that ultimately they are all kind of equally empty in a way. I mean, that's not entirely true. I think I could say that within thoughts there may exist, you know, some kind of hierarchy of truth, as in some thoughts will stand up better to the various tests that they get put to when they run up against reality, when they run up against other thoughts. And maybe no thoughts are completely without any truth whatsoever, but it's that the amount of the truth that's contained in any one thought can vary widely in its scope of applicability, its relativity, like you have things that are just lies, you know, like you have certainly people lie sometimes. When you lie to someone, you say something while but you know the truth to be otherwise. You say one thing, but you're thinking something else, but you know, the liar may be kind of temporarily convincing themselves of the lie at times, you know, to kind of reduce cognitive dissonance. You know, the cognitive dissonance that occurs when you lie in order to rationalize it. You might alter your own thinking to look at reality in a certain way that corresponds with the lie that you're telling, so that it doesn't feel like such a lie. It kind of feels like some kind of version of the truth for you for the moment that you say it. And so maybe, you know, subjectively, temporarily, that lie may be a kind of truth for the person saying it. Just, you know, subjectively, but it doesn't, it's you know, that's like a very fleeting and weak kind of truth, because it doesn't hold up to the rest of reality at large. When it runs into it, when it runs into other views of reality, it loses out. And so I think the kind of, but the violence of lying, you know, occurs when it's received by the other person, and the other person hears a lie and, you know, receiving a thought that some version of reality, they hear it, and, you know, depending on how much they trust the person saying it, how much they trust the source of the information, depending on how trustful a person they are, or how skeptical a person they are, they'll adopt this thought in their minds that they've heard. But they're adopting a very weak truth. I mean, an untruth. They've incorporated into their mind some version of reality that's very weak, and sooner or later it will run up into a deeper truth, a greater truth, and it won't hold out. And so whatever other thoughts and actions someone does on the basis of this lie that they've been told, or this untruth, or this weak truth, or, you know, this truth that they have, this thought that they've had that's been given to them by a person who has not, you know, has given them a weak truth, a truth that hasn't been, that's either willfully contrived in order to reduce the person's cognitive dissonance, or it maybe is just a version of the truth that is we can put out there without actually putting it to any test of reality. But stated in a way as if it has. And so that's where the violence comes in lying, in that. And when I say lying here, I mean, you know, kind of all degrees of it, you know, from willfully and knowingly contriving something that's very elaborate and knowingly false, to like just kind of like slightly reshaping, bending the truth a little bit to relieve your own cognitive dissonance, or to kind of like being willfully ignorant about the truth and stating something as being true that you're not sure if is actually true. Now there's all these different degrees of it, but the violence comes in when it does harm on a person that's told that, because anything that they do or think, you know, people, we all form our realities upon information that we receive in the world. And so when you receive information that's untrue, part of your reality becomes one that's untenable. Your worldview will have holes in it, or not holes, but there'll be components of your worldview that are not functional. And there will be harm done either to you or to others if your worldview, to the extent that there's dysfunctional components of your worldview. Now I'm trying to think what was I talking about before I got onto this topic of lying, because it seemed like before I branched off on that there were other things. I'm gonna stop and start the video. Interesting externality is that I got my camera replaced because it kept freezing up when I was filming, so it's replaced now, and this is the first episode that I've shot on the new camera, and so I don't know if it's still going to have this freezing problem or not, but I'm going to stop and start the video just in case. Well, when I restarted the video, it didn't make any indication that it froze, so that's a good sign. Now, what was I thinking about before I started talking about lying? Oh, I remember. I was kind of talking about the notion about some thoughts being, you know, better than other thoughts, and how in the context of this video and this process that I'm doing, I'm not really it's not helpful to think about thoughts in a hierarchical way. So I guess by talking about lying, I was kind of illustrating how in some ways there is a hierarchy between thoughts. You know, a hierarchy of truthfulness, and many people will no doubt object to this idea but in objecting to it, they will, you know, be asserting a kind of relativism, postmodern kind of you know, relativism, whether it's cultural relativism or other, you know, where everyone has different worldviews and different perspectives, and from this point of view, we can't assign any hierarchy between them. But I've come to, and you know, I at one point that seemed very true to me, that you know, the truth for one person is different from the truth for another person, and one's not better than the other, one's not more true than the other. But while there is truth to that, at the same time, you know, there's truth to the cultural relativism, at the same time, I think there does exist a hierarchy of truth between different worldviews, in kind of in the way that I was just describing about how certain ideas hold up much better, you know, hold up for longer when they come into contact with reality, when they come into, you know, like a truth might be, an idea might be very functional in a limited reality, a limited world, but then when it moves outside of that realm and into a larger reality that limited world is just a part of, then it may hold up or it may not. It may be functional or it may not be functional. In that larger reality. Or and also, you know, there's not only the test of like expanding geographic relevance, like you live on one island and you have a worldview that works on your island, but then you travel and then you realize that the world is a lot larger than you previously thought, and there's these other continents with people living in a different way, and you come in contact with them, and your worldview doesn't work with your worldview anymore. And so either you have to stretch the interpretation of your worldview to extreme lengths in order to fit the rest of reality into that worldview, or you need a new worldview altogether. And so I guess, you know, to some extent, when I'm walking and talking here, I'm not really, I'm like, you know, trying not to be looking outward, you know, from my own you know, I'm trying not to be projecting outward from my current experience to imagine other thoughts that might be better than the thoughts I'm having now, because that might, you know, if I do that too much, it could potentially like contribute towards just like feeling anxiety and worry and an unpleasant experience. And I'd rather just, you know, be working with whatever thoughts that I'm having right now, because that's kind of all my reality is, at least cognitively, at any given moment. It's like, don't reject the thought that I'm having right now, but, you know, allow it to, just allow myself to continue working with it. And it's not that I have to accept it as true or something, but it's mainly that I don't want to be putting any energy into an anxious way of thinking, or just an anxious, I don't want to be forfeiting energy over to anxious emotions that are a product of you know, being overly self-critical about what types of thoughts I'm having at any given moment. But that being said, it's like my general orientation here is towards truth, and I hope that it's towards, you know, the greatest and deepest truth that I have the capacity for. That maybe this process of thinking and communicating my thoughts continuously might create a condition where, you know, deeper thinking can occur, and relatively deep sorts of thoughts can happen. But when I talk about not rejecting the current thought, it's like letting it go, but not, you know, being repulsed by it or something, or not judging myself at all for having any certain kind of thoughts, but, you know, it's okay to evaluate the thoughts themselves on a basis of truthfulness, or, you know, how deep is the truth to any given thought? How widely applicable is it? Is it being motivated by any particular emotional energy that might be going on? And so it's like observe the thought, and then, you know, you let it go in, and then you observe what that thought led to, and you observe the act of observing that thought. You observe the process of thinking itself. And then in that process, you become disidentified from the thoughts. And I'm experiencing that a little bit now, and it feels like very relieving, honestly. And that's you know, that's the best thing about this for me is that effect of this kind of relief of being able to having this this framework in which to observe my thinking process without being so identified with it, and to stop judging myself on the basis of what thoughts are happening. My mineral Vasa doesn't have any gas in it. That's what I wanted, the one with gas, but I couldn't read it clearly enough, apparently. But all of this, you know, all of this has sprung up just from the beginning of this video, when I was just like, I don't know what to say. I don't have anything to say. And everything that I've said so far has just been a complete extension of that very true statement of not having anything to say. So it's not false that I don't have anything to say, but at the same time, I've already spent maybe almost an hour saying things. But they're all things that I've, you know, feel like I've already, you know, if I haven't let go of them, then I'm like in the process of letting go of them, and just, you know, continuously moving on, which is all you can really do anyways. But, you know, not to have things like, you hope not to have thoughts that are like just hanging on, like not fully completed, but not fully let go of, you know, like kind of stuck in limbo, like stuck to you, not fully processed. So they're not like doing anything. It's not doing anything, but still you can't get rid of it. That sort of feeling. But sometimes, you know, maybe you just like, if you really can't get rid of it, then you just maybe have to live with it for a while, and over time, even maybe the whole thing that you know, problematic thought is attached to, you might be able to let go of. But maybe you need it for now, so you hang on to it for a while until you don't need it anymore, and then you let go of the whole thought complex. I guess I can't go this way. I still have, you know, nothing really to say. And yeah, I was starting to say how walking and talking to me is, for me, is kind of the most truthful expression for me of how I feel about thinking and how I feel about talking. So I think if you watch any walking and talking episode for long enough, you'll probably, it'd be hard for you to miss the, you know, the ultimate emptiness of everything that I say. You know, like how I say one thing, it's like if I articulate one idea, it's not really like that idea itself has like any kind of like intrinsic importance. It's more like, you know, it's not like any particular idea that I express in walking and talking has any like autonomy or like intrinsic applicability to the world. Well, I mean, there might be some applicability, but it's just that any idea is just, you know, it's only arises in relationship to other ideas that I have. Anything that I say, it's really just like a continuance and reaction to something that I said just before it. And pretty much everything that I say, like, it's all of its meaning, for the most part, is relative and only exists because of the context of other things that I've said, which in themselves don't have any intrinsic meaning. And, you know, like any given idea that I express, like, only has meaning in relation to one of the other ideas that I've said. I mean, I guess, sure, they also relate to other ideas that are out there in the world, and I'm sure ideas that you might have. But like, if you want to do a test of whether something I say here in this video has intrinsic importance, you know, you can just think about how would your life, how is your life going to be now that you have heard what I have to say, and compare that to how do you think your life would have been if you hadn't heard what I had to say. You know, like, maybe it's hard to tell exactly, but you could probably have some kind of good idea of like, is anything in particular that I say, like, does it have any real impact on you? And maybe something I could say could have some impact on you, but in my view, more important than any particular idea or thought expressed is really like the process of thinking itself. Like you know, like you can do this too. Like anybody could walk and talk like this, whether they record it or not. But, you know, more importantly than walking around and talking and recording it for 4 hours, like, I mean, I was going to say that, like, maybe this process, like, points to could reveal some sort of insight about the nature of thought itself, and that maybe that would be informative of the way that you think, or maybe could suggest a practice of observing your own thoughts or something. But isn't that kind of what everybody does anyways already, kind of? I mean, essentially we all just have our consciousness, and our minds are just kind of going, you know, as you can notice. You know, you can notice it probably a little bit more clearly in this video, how my mind just goes, you know. You know, thinking just happens, and it's not like, it doesn't have like this total like independence from the outside world. Every thought that I have has been informed, influenced by the thoughts I've come in contact in the world that are just circulating. And you know, creating the amalgamation of thoughts that becomes my thinking self, which then, you know, seeks out certain other types of thoughts that it interacts with, and thus, you know, compounding this sense of this cognitive self, if you will. And so that's, you know, everyone has that going on. You know, everyone at some point will, I think, observe themselves thinking, or, you know, you just, you know, live life, and at some point or another, you will notice some aspect of your own thinking. You know, it is true that for a large part of the time we are identified with our thoughts. Like, what is the thinking that's going on that feels like us? Like, this is me thinking this thought, or, you know, and you don't like have an awareness of a self that's outside of that thought, that thinking. You know, that happens to me, you know, maybe even most of the time that I'm awake. But, you know, there's always going to be a time when you might notice some aspect of thinking. You'll be like even if you notice you thought something that was wrong or something, or that turned out to be untrue, and you're like, why did I think that? And then that's in a small way, that's a form of disidentifying with your thought. You know, if you think one thing and that turns out to be untrue, and then you realize, oh, I'm not that wasn't true, and also I thought that, and that thought is no longer me. And even thoughts that you have that might be a large component of your identity can change. Like, if you're religious and then you switch to another religion, or stop being religious whatsoever, it's like you're kind of disidentifying from that mode, from a complex of thoughts that was a large component of your reality in the past. But so, you know, this can happen in big ways and small ways. But it, so, you know, we in life we go through various modes of being identified or disidentified with thinking. And so I guess walking and talking for me is just a framework in which that process is heightened. It's like within this framework of talking continuously about nothing other than talking / thinking, doing it, you know, for a long period, it just increases the number of opportunities for me to become disidentified with my thoughts. Just, you know, just that I'm limiting the scope of my activity for this period, but at the same time, you know, because I'm not really interacting with the world in any way other than, well, I mean, I am walking around, so I'm, you know, continuing to be in the world, but, you know, I'm kind of limiting my mode of interaction with the world, at least any cognitive interaction, to just expressing my thoughts verbally, and I'm recording them with the knowledge that they will be public. And so, you know, that knowledge that they will become public does impose some form of self-consciousness upon this activity. Not necessarily that, like, anxious, judgmental, like judging myself as a person kind of self-consciousness, but just like or maybe just kind of awareness. That an awareness that everything that I say and the way that I think and say is going to be in some way transmitted to many people. And so there is kind of an extra motivation, impetus to think in a way that's just not harmful, you know? And hopefully that's in some way, if not helpful, at least possibly relevant to many people. And so that's why I avoid really, you know, talking about personal stuff. Even though some people seem to want me to talk about my personal life. And, you know, I'm starting to maybe understand the desire for that. Like we just want to, you know, like relate to each other as people, and so some people want to know, you know, just details about my life that would, you know, maybe that's like helpful for people to relate to me as a person. But I'm doing things this way just because I kind of prefer relating in this way that's kind of it's almost like more intimate than the personal. It's like more, for me, it's like more introspective than the personal level. It's like deeper than the personal level. It's not because, you know, the details of my life right now are just abstractions. They're abstract thoughts that form, you know, my identity. But, you know, many times I find that to be a limiting. It feels like a, you know, and just like a limited form of truth, actually, you know, to say like, I live here, like, you know, where do you live? I live here. What do you do? I do this and that. Where are you from? I'm from there. There's some kind of truth to that, but they are really mental abstractions outside of this present experience. And to be honest, for much of my just experience in the world, and in social interactions with people, it seems like conversation often stays limited in these abstractions. And I don't feel that comfortable in that. But, you know, when I now, even now when I'm talking about that, even that now is an abstraction. I'm noticing myself feel uncomfortable with that now. I feel uncomfortable with my own thought activity of illustrating this abstraction of my own identity as being a person who's generally uncomfortable with conventional social interaction because he finds it overly abstracted and limiting. But, you know, then I'm engaging in that very activity by saying that. But, you know, so essentially, here I am walking and talking and just expressing my experience. And for one, you know, I don't really feel, it doesn't feel important to me to talk about why, because talking about why means that I'm you know, referencing another abstraction outside of this present experience about, you know, my quote-unquote like normal life, and like what I might feel is like lacking from my normal life, what might be lacking from typical interaction. And, you know, that's like to do that, to come up with this, to state this idea about what my normal life is like you know, and you know, creating this idea of my normal life outside of this experience now. And to kind of like typify or, you know, like generalize like what my interaction with others is generally like, would feel untruthful, and would feel like I'm actually just creating the type of thinking that I would be denouncing in that very statement. The very statement of denouncing a certain type of interaction, a certain type of thinking, a certain type of being in the world. And that denouncement, in fact, would actually be an act of manifesting those qualities now, here and now. Do you know what I mean? It's like by thinking about that, I bring it into being. Whereas like if I am not like I like that's like a reality that I am like, my mind would be creating. And like right now I have the freedom to exist in this reality in which there's really nothing to complain about at all. I really can't complain about anything right now. In fact, I'm having this experience of what I could call freedom and beauty. But of course, you know, even if I'm, you know, manifest this right now, like freedom and beauty as concepts, really, or like, you know, ways of categorizing my experience. You know, it's kind of creating some categories of experience. Freedom and beauty, and whatever things I think about those things, and whatever things you think about those things, whatever associations you make with those. You know, still I have the option now not to create those categories, because, you know, also, you know, creating those categories, you know, that's also engaging in the behavior of categorizing experience, and that's not always positive. But, you know, here I am just thinking about categorizing experience, and thinking about ways that it could be a negative thing, you know, and I'm you know, continuing to allow this dichotomy to persist in my mind, although I do feel a detachment from it. But, you know, continuously, like everything that I say, I I say it and then I notice the limitation to it. Like even when I talk about detachment from a categorizing mindset, even the idea of detachment brings along with it it rests upon a dualistic way of thinking, and that there's a thing to be attached to, and then there's like another world outside of it. Which, you know, that has some truth, but then there's another truth where neither of those things have any substance. And also, you know, yeah, still, I mean, once again, I'm kind of like almost I'm almost shocked again about how I continue to have nothing to say, but I'm free to keep saying things. And then knowing that everything that I say is merely a continuation of the last thing I say, either continuation or reaction, however you want to think about it, and that each idea has its own limitation, and it's as much relative truth that it has the same amount of relative falsehood. And I say it as a relative truth in relation to the last thing that I said, you know, to continue this process of truth finding. And then once I say it, its relative falsehood becomes apparent to me, and so it propels the next thought, because I'm being propelled towards truth in this process. Each time falsehood becomes apparent, it pushes it pushes me towards the next, the relative truth that's necessary to continue existing in truth, you know, to not rest in any kind of like partial truth or falsehood. And it's like all the truth is partial, but that's because it's like, you know, it's even like this notion of truth whatsoever, you know, is dependent on like a some kind of static reality. But you know, every reality is like vanishes as quick as it forms. And so it's like I continue to talk as if to try and, you know, keeping up with reality, if that's possible. Like, just like whatever I say, you know, I hope is as truthful as possible in the moment that I say it, and then in the next moment it's gone and there's a different truth that's relevant to this moment. But you know, that's just seems so clear as to be completely unnoteworthy, and it's, you know, as a familiar aspect of life, so much so that, you know, there's never really any reason to think about it. It's just so familiar. It's this you know, time passing, but again, you know, that itself is an abstraction that this process, like, for me, renders it clear as an abstraction. Time passing. Seemingly in a way that a lot of other activities don't seem to do. Like, for whatever reason, you know, just, I guess, my trajectory in life, like, this happens to be the activity wherein the passage of time is revealed most clearly as you know, a kind of falsehood, a kind of false abstraction. And, you know, truthfully, it's like I can think of the other components in my life where that's not true, where it's like time is like real and it's passing, and I have to, well, there's some kind of worm swimming around in there. There's some little worm or like a leech or something swimming in there. That's crazy. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's several of them. Are these leeches? You have to, I don't know if you can see this, but like beneath the surface of this water, there's like many little wiggly lines, like little, just, whoa. I think those are like leeches or some kind of worm or something like that. Maybe if I stick my foot in, they'll all come attach themselves to my skin. Like this, like even you know, this experience right now in some ways is completely dependent on my understanding time as a real thing that I'm moving through in a linear direction, and I had to do very many, you know, all these specific things, go to these specific places and do these specific things at specific times in order to be here right now, and also to even be engaged in the activity that I'm engaged in. Sorry for saying engaged again. That's just like kind of a superfluous word most of the time. Just like activity that I'm doing. That's all I mean. But like, you know, here I am having this experience that, you know, in a logical way, I know is dependent on behaving in the world while, you know, experiencing time as a real and concrete aspect of reality. But the experience that is happening right now, in the experience now, that's not my reality so much. I mean, here I am again. Maybe I lost the train of thought, or I just allowed myself to kind of maybe drop some of the momentum of talking is all. You know, thinking continues, I think. Or was I thinking in the time? Yeah, I think I was thinking. I'm pretty sure I was. You know, you don't always notice sometimes. So I wonder, like, in my conception of this video up till now, which, you know, as I say that, that itself, like, feels like, why do we need to really talk about that's, you know, imaginary stretch of time, you know, when we have this moment in which to do something, but, you know, we have this moment in which to think, and, you know, we're in a unique position of being able to think whatever we want without really, there's no immediate real world concerns that we have to think about right now. That's maybe part of the beauty of this process. There's no, like, immediate practical things that we have to think about. And so it gives us a certain freedom to think, but I still feel, you know, I feel like necessarily oriented towards thinking in a way that is, you know, hopefully as relevant as possible to the world. But relevant to, I guess I could say, like, either, you know, in one sense, more universal issues, you know, maybe the most universal issue of all being just, like, you know, consciousness. Because, you know, that's like the fundamental aspect of reality, of which there is no other issue without having the basis, you know, of consciousness. And you know, even if we want to imagine reality without consciousness, you know, we have to make an abstraction. We have to have an imaginary reality in which consciousness doesn't exist. And to have that imaginary reality, we have to have consciousness. And not only that, we have to have a level of complexity of consciousness, or I mean, a level, maybe consciousness itself is a thing that's independent of complexity, but we have to have a certain sophistication of mind even to be able to imagine anything. And then, you know, yet another even much higher level of sophistication to imagine something as abstract as a reality without consciousness. And in a very real way, a reality without consciousness exists only in our minds, which are, you know, are something that's within consciousness. Like, consciousness is, I'll dare to say, necessary for reality to exist at all. And I'll go further and venture to say that consciousness is more fundamental than anything else in reality. That the rest of reality is created by consciousness. It's within consciousness. That consciousness is the most ultimate aspect, the most fundamental aspect of reality. And so, in the scope of things to talk about, you know, or like, you know, in the question of things to talk about, I'm like, if we have the option, why not think about and talk about that, as opposed to any of the other issues that you know have a much more limited scope of relevance, because they are all just, you know, fragments of that fundamental issue of consciousness. And when we talk about, you know, large scale things like that, you know, when we're kind of like addressing, or at least for me, trying to address reality in the broadest way possible, or most direct way possible. It kind of follows that in terms of time, we're thinking about the long scale here. Well, this is weird because, you know, in one sense, in terms of time, like this couldn't be more immediate. You know, I'm just keep talking about the most immediate experience that I can perceive. But at the same time, you know, this fundamental experience that I'm orienting my thought towards, that I'm, you know, generally talking about as directly as I can, in a way, in some way is timeless, and that that's the thing that like, you know, has existed and will continue to exist, you know, at least well, I mean, I can at least say for sure that most other things that I can talk about have a much more limited temporal span. You know, talking about issues that in, you know, issues like that are a little bit more of an abstraction from my present experience in the world today. That kind of arise and go away. But that the the basis for all of those, you know, temporary issues, you know, like the you know, topical concerns, current events, the aspects of mind and consciousness that all those things depend upon. Those things don't seem to go away, you know, and how long they have lasted and how long they will last is really dependent on how we define what it is we're talking about, consciousness. Like, if it's specifically human consciousness in the form that we are familiar with, then, you know, how long it existed depends on, you know, however you categorize it, however you draw the definition of it, where you draw the circle around what human consciousness is. Like, when were we, evolutionarily speaking, when were we human? and you know, evolutionarily speaking, like how long will we continue to be human, or how long will, or you know, where do you draw the line? And if one, you know, concedes evolution, and if you're someone who, you know, doesn't believe in evolution, then then you and I have, you know, a whole lot of distance between our worldviews, and I don't imagine that you would be someone who takes a liking, you know, like finds much resonance in this video, I would imagine. So I imagine if you're someone who does watch this video, then you're probably someone for whom evolution is a component of your worldview, of your abstract ideas of how things happened before and how they will happen in the future. So assuming we agree about that, then we probably agree that it's somewhat arbitrary where we draw the line between what's human and not. You know, that's a, you know, just a conceptual distinction that is, you know, placed over top of a reality that's infinitely more complex. And so the same thing is true of what consciousness is. You know, there is an unbroken continuity between the human species and its you know, other primate ancestors, and from there, from, you know, simpler mammals, and then from there, you know, like the proto mammals and the more reptile like animals that predated mammals that evolved into mammals, and, you know, increasingly less sophisticated organisms, you know, until you get down to single-celled organisms, until you get down to like proto-organisms, and then to the point where you get to you know, down to just like lifeless earth and like this, you know, acid sea or whatever it was. Where there wasn't life as we know it, you know, and there's, you know, there's unbroken continuity between that inanimate world and life as we know it, the human species as we know it. And so if you grant that, which in my mind is in my mind it's kind of incontrovertible. Is that the word? It's undeniable that there is no distinct line between what's animate and what's not. Both temporally speaking, in terms of the evolution of life, as well as even just like physically speaking, here and now. Like, you know, there's like the hair in my head that's like, you know, a continuation of my body, and there's my fingernails that are a continuation of my body. But like, you know, I can peel off a fingernail and throw it in the dirt. Is it still part of my body? Is it still alive? Is it alive or dead? There's the, you know, food that I eat. If I eat like a cracker, you know, a cracker's not alive. But then, you know, the components of that cracker become part of my body, which we do say is alive. And so, you know, like the along with there being unbroken continuity between life and inanimate matter, both temporally and geographically, here and now, you know, stretching, you know, both in both space and time dimensions, you know, like in a broad sense, like evolutionary speaking, over time, there's unbroken continuity between the worlds before consciousness and life existed to now, and in the future we don't exactly know what's going to happen, but we can know that there is continuity, there's temporal continuity between now and whatever happens in the future. And then when I say geographically, I just mean like, or physically here and now, I just mean like between, you know, between my mind and the things that my mind perceives, there's unbroken continuity. And I would even go further in saying that both my mind and what it perceives, both of those things, subject and object, if you want to put it that way, are dependent on this, are both dependent upon perception. It's like I only think about them as being separate, as I think about them being like two sides of perception, like my mind on one side of perception and then the object on the other side of perception, being linked by perception, but not only linked by perception, they're not separate than perception, and they're not separate from each other. Like even this idea of perception is only exists insofar as we think of the subject and the object as being separate. Like, perception only exists to the extent that we think of mind and what the mind perceives as being separate. And even when we use the word consciousness, when I say the word consciousness, it's really just creating a dichotomy between, you know, between what we think of as consciousness and what we think of as like the rest of the world that consciousness perceives. And maybe it's not just that, but it's maybe that, like, you know how I was talking about perception as being really, you know, perception is a concept that we have that is only necessary to re-link these two separate concepts that we've had of, like, subject and object, of interior and exterior, which, you know, if we don't maintain these notions of interior and exterior in our minds, then there's no need to maintain this idea of perception. Like if you just kind of like let go of all three of those things at once, they become like all, you know, just one whole. And I'm kind of wondering if consciousness might be along the same lines as how I'm describing perception now. If consciousness is not just an idea that we have that we insert as like a kind of wedge between self and other, between interior and exterior, like and the concept of consciousness just yeah, being like kind of a byproduct of the notion of self. And along with the notion of self, then we have the notion of not self, of other. And so what we need to, you know, like why would there be two? You know, why would there be in reality, why would there be a self and an other, you know? That's like a really big question. Like, why are you yourself, you know? Why are you who you are? And like why are you not somebody else, you know? Like, if there's these billions of people in the world, like how come your consciousness like only happened in you and it didn't happen in somebody else, you know? Like, why is this consciousness like here in this particular body, in this particular situation, like here and now? Like, why did this consciousness get born into this body that, you know, came from my mom and dad in a particular place at a particular time, and like, why not somebody else? and why did all these particular consciousnesses, you know, arise like specifically where they did. So like there's, you know, that's like a big glaring problem, but it's not really a problem, and I'll explain why. So there's that problem, but then like even more fundamental to that, like it's like why would there be a separate self, you know? Like what, like how is there like a me here and then like a not me there, like, and like why would there be two, you know? Why would there be this, why would there be this difference between like the interior and exterior, like within a reality? And I think that the truth is that there isn't. There's not two. And like the question of like why is there consciousness is actually the same question, as consciousness like implies a separate thing to be conscious of something else. It implies one to be conscious of the other. So it's like the idea of consciousness implies separateness and implies you know, two, or at least two, if not billions. But like I was saying about perception, it's kind of the same. It's like like self is at one end of consciousness, and then the world is at the other end of consciousness. And we consciousness is the idea that we have that links them together. That, like, you know, I am conscious of the world. But it's actually, you know, it's like I am just one. I am. It's not consciousness is a link between the two things. It's like I am one. You know, I, insofar that I exist, is a concept that is a part of consciousness. That is one end of consciousness. And then the world is the other end of consciousness. There's just like consciousness is like a coin, and then like I am one side of the coin, and then the world is the other side of the coin. But really there's just that coin that like is everything. And so like it would be equivalent of saying, like, you know, talking about these three things as separate entities, as like, you know, you take it would be like talking about a coin in terms of like the oak leaves. Like there's an oak leaf, and there's an oak leaf, like that's the world, and there's the 5 euro cents is me, and then in between those there's this thickness of copper or whatever it is that is consciousness. And so it's as if like you're going to the store and you're like, how much is this? And or like they give you, you know, 5 cents and change, and they're like, okay, here's 5 euro cents, here's an oak leaf, and here's 5 cents, here's your oak leaf, and here's your thickness of copper. As kind of the equivalent to how we generally think about consciousness, selves, and other. So in that sense, it doesn't seem to me like it kind of doesn't seem to me like that like the world and consciousness are limited to a time span. I mean, you know, certainly the Earth and certainly humans, you know, those are, you know, those are classifications of matter, really, that definitely have a limited time span. They will both come to end. Like, you know, the entire planet will come to an end once it gets swallowed up by the sun in, I think, about 5 billion years, as I've mentioned in previous episodes. But, you know, those are categories of matter. Those are products of our minds. They're abstractions. A fundamental reality of matter itself. Whether that's limited to a time span seems to be some debate about. I can't say that I'm up on the latest theories. But But I do think that it is possible, you know, it's possible with merely just the of thought and consciousness that we have available to us to come to a real kind of truth about the nature of reality in a deep enough way where we can say something about, like, if time is limited, or if it is infinite, or is it even real? So, like, you know, life as we know it will certainly come to an end, but, you know, that's like, that means that's just like the limitation of our own thinking about life. You know, that's like the limitation of a category of matter that we've created. Really a category of the organization of matter, a category of a certain pattern that that we have kind of collectively agreed falls under the classification of life. You know, when a piece of matter is moving through the world in a particular form in relation to other matter, we say that it is alive, and when it's not fitting within our classification, then we say it's inanimate. But, you know, all our classifications are, you know, our whole system of thought, our whole system of organizing the world in our minds, that's certainly temporary. And I think that you know, we can observe, you know, even in this video, it's pretty, like, demonstrable that, you know, the passage of time is a product of our specific type of human consciousness, and it's a product of it is an abstraction that's superimposed on reality. And, you know, I've talked about that a lot so far, and maybe I'll talk about that more if it's not so clear. And B, actually, I can't remember if I even said A yet or not. Well, that was A if I didn't say it already. But it's funny if I didn't say A, but then I said, now I'm saying B. B, it's demonstrable, you know, just even just within this video, that that consciousness itself is also is also a kind of abstraction that we have as, like, as a byproduct of our, you know, our division of self and other that we kind of is actively being created by our minds. I mean active because, you know, it's been proven scientifically that like there's a pretty complex, you know, cooperation of several regions of the brain. I believe like chiefly the superior parietal lobe, and some other parts of the brain that are like actively involved in creating the sense of separateness of the body, of the mind versus the exterior. And you know, in scientific studies, like in case studies where there's people with brain damage to the superior parietal lobe, like those patients have they can't really if they're sitting in a chair, they can't really distinguish between their body and the chair. And then similarly, like when they've, you know, monitored the brain activity of meditating monks and nuns, that region of the brain goes dormant in moments when the monk or nun like will attest to having, you know, felt a profound connectedness with everything that is, you know. And so it's like there's active parts of our brains like actively like putting up this this notion of separateness, and like the consciousness that is just a concept that we need in order to like connect those, to make sense of this this two that we have in our mind. This two, there's self and there's the world, and we need consciousness as a concept to like make sense of those two, and to like to define the relationship between these two that we've created, that are in fact one. And so, you know, certainly the idea, this idea of consciousness will go away as, you know, as human life as we know it goes away or changes or whatever. But, you know, like, that concept will go away, but the reality that it's superimposed on is not going to go away. Like, you know, along with, you know, along with the notion of time disappearing, like, time is also an abstraction, like, superimposed on reality by this, you know, the very like specific like mind that humans have, that we have, you know, and maybe some animals too have less sophisticated notions of time. Humans, I think, have the most sophisticated notion of time that we know of, and that's been like a very key component to us having evolved this the sophisticated civilization that we have, as this you know, ability to think abstractly about time and deep time, to be able to think about things far in the past and far in the future, and kind of in an abstract way. But you know, like, that will change and go away. But the reality that, yeah, the reality that it is superimposed upon will not. But it's even funny for me to talk about it in that way, because I'm still using the abstraction of time to talk about this. Like when I say that it will not, it's kind of really what I'm just saying is that, like, that I'm basically just saying, like, reality exists, which is, like, you know, obviously something that doesn't really need to be said. And so, like, in a way, like, as an individual, you can take some comfort in knowing that, well, I don't know if you can really take comfort, but, like, if it's like, if your experience feels burdensome to you in any way, like, you can know that burden will go away. But then, like, at the same time, like, at the same time, whatever you're, like, excited about and happy about, like, in life, of course, you know. But, you know, all of this is really, like, kind of, like, beside the point anyways. Like, even talking about, like, happiness and unhappiness is kind of, like, beside the point. When we kind of, like, when we get rid of this when we, like, loosen the attachment to this notion of, like, time passing in a linear fashion and self and other being two discrete entities that are joined by consciousness, and we gain some awareness of, like, the whole that encompasses all of that. It's like all of the other problems becomes so insignificant. Like we realize that the relativity of all these problems. So like, you know, when I do this, when I walk and talk, like this is that space where all these problems get put into perspective. To, you know, to the extent that they're no longer problems. And it doesn't mean that, of course, it doesn't mean that even it's not that this you know state that I'm in right now is permanent. It's not that it's permanent, but it is timeless. Like, it's, you know, like this gives me access to a type of, it gives me like access to the like the base of the more fundamental base of my consciousness that is timeless, and like almost I don't know if I can't say for sure if I'm like completely in touch with the base level of my consciousness that is so deep that it transcends even my body and mind, like the consciousness that, well, okay, I'm making error in my speech now, but like the consciousness that existed before I was born and continues after I die, that is always here. And this walking and talking generally puts me in closer contact with that. It like strengthens my connection with that. But even also like that's the kind of like more subtle consciousness that's like I can definitely feel like this gives me access to whatever, like some form of consciousness, some level of consciousness that is timeless, that is like it's able to observe the passage of time as like not being like inherently real, not like fundamentally real, but like being created by the mind. And so like it's timeless, but it's not permanent, because like the idea of permanence is also something that like that rests upon the linear notion of time. Like the idea of something permanent means that like it's here now and it's going to continue like into the future, into the foreseeable future, within our concept of linear time. And so of course, like, you know, this walking talking episode is not permanent. You know, I know it's going to be 4 hours long, and then that I will, you know, go back into like and do other things and I'll no doubt be thinking about more practical, immediate concerns. You know, or like what becomes immediate to me will be like more practical concerns, like eating food and taking care of myself and other people, and you know, necessities of life. Well, it's maybe even a little bit of a stretch to actually call this necessities, or even to call life necessary. And so, you know, I'm not going to always be operating purely in this mode of thinking of time as being only abstract, you know. But it is likely that I'll remain attracted to this mode of thinking, and that like maybe it strengthens, maybe it happens more often, you know. And of course I'm talking now in like kind of conventional temporal terms. Of like, you know, more often, that's like another, like the idea of often is another abstraction that's like founded upon the abstraction of linear time. But, you know, of course, like all of these abstractions, like they're not just like some kind of mistake, you know. Like, as I said before, like they're necessary for not only us to survive as individuals, but for our society to survive in the way that it does. And it's one of the most important things that makes the human species different from any other animal species, and that we have developed such a sophisticated abstraction of time, and we rely on it very heavily in order to operate this civilization that we operate, which makes so many lives possible, you know. This civilization that we have has, you know, is the necessary precondition for the 7 billion people that exist on the world today, and the billions more that will exist later. And so, like, you know, it's no mistake, and to the contrary, it's like that conventional consciousness, this logical consciousness, you know, thinking about time, like we have today, we have tomorrow, going to work tomorrow and the next day, and in you know, in like 30 years I'll be 30 years older, and my body will be kind of starting to deteriorate, and like if I have a baby now, it'll be an adult in 20 years, and so on and so forth. And like if I build a house now, then I will be able to inhabit it, and I'll most likely be able to inhabit it and reap the benefits of it for many years into the future, etc. And like, you know, cooperating with, like, we cooperate every day with like more people than we even can think about. And you know, that relies heavily on our notions of time. And so like even this kind of like this mode of thinking that I'm having, where I'm able to kind of see through the abstraction of time, in a way is also dependent on it. Like this, like what this like post-conventional way of thinking is like, couldn't arise if the conventional way of thinking hadn't arisen. And you know, like, yeah, just like my life, for me to continue living my life, like I have to rely on the abstraction of time. And to the extent that I do that, it in some ways it's not an abstraction, it's real. You know, from this privileged perspective, and I'm not talking about privilege in like some kind of like socioeconomic identity politics way, although like you can apply that if you want to. I mean, that's like certainly one component of this reality, but I don't think it, but not, I don't think the as important of a component that many people seem to be giving it. I say that this privileged perspective, in that like here I am able to walk and talk for a 4-hour duration without having to think about the you know, the practical conditions of my life continuing. And you know, that is privilege, and certainly as socioeconomic and identity factors can play a part in that, I'll admit. It's true, but then I don't draw any moralistic conclusions from that. But what I was getting at is that, you know, this perspective that I have now is created by, is allowed for by, you know, the practical thinking about my life. You know, spend very much of my life thinking about the practical concerns about it, and from that perspective, that stuff is very real. Time is real. Passing time is real, and you have to pay attention to it and work with it in order to create opportunities like this, in order to be able to see beyond it. It's getting hotter and hotter. took my scarf off for a moment, and then I saw this other guy wearing a scarf, and I thought he looked so fashionable that I should keep my scarf on for fashion reasons. I feel a little bit too warm, but if I take my jacket off, I might feel too cold. I guess to say something a little bit more about the fact that socioeconomic and identity factors are components of are part of, or I should say rather are like, they are categories of thinking that you can factor into what makes this experience possible, or they are aspects of reality, and they are aspects of this reality. But them being aspects of this reality, it doesn't follow that there is a moral argument against this reality, I guess. And I only feel the need to say that because it seems like often people decide to reject a certain aspect of reality, or to reject ideas outright, based upon the notion that like the economy has any connection to those ideas, which is ridiculous, or even that history has any connection to those ideas. Like it's true that kind of like all of history had to happen in order for this moment to happen, and included in that is many things have happened in history that that we would really reject if they were happening today, and then we look back in the past and we say that they were wrong, and from our current moral perspective or ethical perspective, and from our current worldview, it's true that they are wrong now, and also, you know, things have happened in the past that, from a moral standpoint, like we could judge that they were wrong then. And you know, all of those things kind of had to happen. Well, it's like they happened, and they're all components of like that the present moment has unbroken continuity with, like our present reality has an unbroken continuity with everything that's happened in the past. But many people seem to take that as a reason to reject present reality. It's like looking back at the past and like being like, I reject that past. Like I reject that happened, and because today's reality is continuous with that past, like I now have to reject present reality in a way that doesn't allow us to actually work with present reality, and you know, kind of it kind of hinders like having a positive engagement with present reality. But you know, this is I'm finding that this isn't even really like necessary or important to talk about, because like even as I do that, even as I talk about this, I'm kind of like rejecting and I'm both creating mentally a category of behavior and simultaneously rejecting it. And here I am in a place where I don't have to create that category. I don't have to create that reality. There was a silence here, and I was just thinking, wow, it's interesting how, like, I was thinking about how happy I was to be, how happy I am to be doing this right now, but then I kind of noticed how embedded in that thought of like being happy to be doing this, like were other thoughts about like other things that have made me unhappy, or like doing other things that like lead to more of an unhappy state, and like kind of comparing the two. and I'm kind of wondering, like, are those other unhappy states like kind of necessary to create this notion of happiness? But like but now I'm thinking, like, this thought of being happy to be doing this is kind of like is limiting in that it's like, if I think like I'm happy to be doing this, like I'm only kind of acknowledging one half of a certain dichotomy that exists in me, like a kind of emotional dichotomy of like a feeling, you know, like, and feeling like attracted to this activity, this, which in my mind is also a concept. You know, I have there's like a conceptual framework of what I'm doing now, and then I have to be maintaining that conceptual framework in order to say categorically that I'm happy to be operating in this framework. And then necessarily I also have to be considering the alternatives and feeling and like kind of rejecting them mentally, like creating a mental category of the other things that I could be doing, or the other things that I sometimes do that that I feel unhappy about, or that lead me towards feeling unhappy, or something like that. But in reality, like, the emotion that I feel is not like really in that, it's not really like one side of that dichotomy. It's like kind of both exist, like as in, like, you know, this thought of being happy to be doing this, like, depends upon upon me, like, holding this abstraction of doing the other thing, and then like having a negative emotion in association with the abstraction that I'm holding about other things I can be doing, and then having a positive emotion in association with the abstraction that I have about what I'm doing now. Like, you know, this present experience that I'm having is infinitely more complex than the conceptual framework that I am placing upon it, as well as this conceptual abstraction of the other activity, of what lies outside this framework, and what might lie within other abstract frameworks that I'm creating with my head. And, you know, all of that categorization is happening here and now, and then I'm like attached, then I'm kind of like subdividing my emotional physical state, and like attaching like these like superficially separate emotions to the superficially separate categories of activity. And so like more closer to the truth is like, to the complexity of the truth would be really not to talk about emotions with these labels of like happy or unhappy. but like, you know, it's like just there's this experience right now, and then there's my physiological and mental experience going on, and that's kind of all. Well, it's not really all, but in some ways, like, in some ways, like these ideas of like, I like doing this and I don't like doing that, while are important in one sense of creating our conception of ourselves, you know, creating my conception of myself, from a higher perspective. It's limiting and almost, you could almost say, like, violent to say a fact like, I'm really happy to be doing this right now. Like, I don't know, maybe not necessarily. Maybe that's a little harsh. But because I do think that, like, that saying something like, I'm happy to be doing this right now, is like, hidden within that is so, like, you know, it's fine to be like, to be saying like, my physiological experience right now is pleasant, my emotional state is pleasant or something. I'll just say, like, my physiological state is pleasant, and then, like, when I talk about emotions, that's a little bit more like kind of trying to, like, fragment and categorize aspects of my physiological state. And, you know, when I say, like, so, like, that's like what's involved in the statement, like, I'm happy. And then when I talk about, when we add the, like, to be doing this right now, it's like, that involves also, like, a kind of, like, reductive conception of, like, what exactly am I doing right now? You know, it's like creating a category, actively maintaining a category of what I'm doing right now. And it's true, I do that. I maintain this conceptual framework of walking and talking for 4 hours, and I repeat that. But, like, that is still, even if I do that, it's still a conceptual framework that is superimposed on experience, like present experience, like more fundamental to, like, that idea of what I'm doing right now. Like, there is just this, like, experience. And so, like, in that statement, like, I'm happy to be doing this right now, like that, like, there exists there's a linkage between like pleasant physiological state and abstract concept of what it is I'm doing right now, and then implied by that is the inverse of a concept of something else, another abstract concept of activity that's like, you know, applied to a distant temporal, you know, a distant time. And then attaching like an unpleasant physiological experience to that. And but I think that like when you do that, it's like, I think to some extent like maybe we like admit that unpleasantness like into our bodies again, you know, by like, you know, think about another time that we have in which we have a negative association, like when we have a memory of a category of experience, or it could be just a memory of a particular experience, and a memory of having an unpleasant physiological experience at the same time, and then we feel an aversion to that experience. And to some extent I think that like we probably to some extent re-experience that unpleasantness like physiologically. And like I think I maybe like experienced that a little bit like a few minutes ago when I said, when I was thinking, you know, I had stopped talking for a minute. There's like a silence in which I was thinking like, I'm really happy to be doing this right now, like, and I think then like right after I was like, well, in comparison to what? And then like these thoughts about all these, you know, other past experiences of like feeling all these unpleasant emotions, these unpleasant physiological experiences. And maybe it's not even necessary really to add physiological, just like unpleasant experience, like whether, you know, like the physical and the mental like combined. But then like, you know, feeling a little bit of that unpleasantness as I remember that, as I make that comparison, and so it's like, and so I'm like, why not just like let go of that duality, that dichotomy of trying to like you know, fragment and separate like the different components of this experience into like, it's like fragmenting them into like present experience, and then like the other, which the other like is like my memory of a different experience, which like in actuality is a component of my present experience. Like the remembering of another experience and the categorization of it into a type of experience, and the association of it with unpleasant experience is all those are all things that I'm actively doing in the present. They're all present here and now. They're all components of this present experience. They're components of this present experience, but it's like my mind is trying to fragment them as being other, and then trying to fragment like whatever pleasantness I experience as being like the real experience now. Surely there's certainly a very important functionality to that, of course. It's like, why would you don't want to keep doing things that make you unhappy. And then, like, but that doesn't always, sometimes that backfires. We want to do things that make us happy, but it's like, that kind of like doesn't work a lot of times when you try to repeat a thing that made you happy. It's like, it doesn't work every time, and you repeat it enough, it starts to make you unhappy. Like eating ice cream, etc. You eat ice cream in one moment, it feels pleasant, and then you can't just maintain that pleasantness by continuing to eat ice cream. And by the time you eat enough ice cream in one day, it'll make you feel distinctly unpleasant. And conversely, like doing like if you feel unpleasantness during one particular activity, it doesn't necessarily mean that doing that activity is always going to make you feel bad. In many cases, it might actually eventually make you feel good, like working or studying or like meditating or exercising or something. It's like we just have to notice that like the state that we are in at any moment is not necessarily like inextricably linked to the category of activity that we're doing at that time. Notice I resisted the urge to say engaged with that time. But that's where, that's where our conventional logic is very important. It's like our abstraction of logic and time is what allows us to know that if we only keep eating ice cream, that we're not going to feel good in the future because of it, and it's going to make us feel worse in the future. And it's like it's necessary, like that conventional logic and sense of time, sense of deep time is really essential for us to like maintain ourselves and maintain our well-being in the face of like a lower like level of consciousness is like only slave to like like the physiological, like just the sensorial. Like if you are an animal with a much less sophisticated mind, then like it's like the things that feel physiologically pleasant are the things that that lead to your survival and reproduction, you know, like basically like eating and having sex. And in our human world, in this civilization, and just as individuals, those things are no longer linked. Like totally, you know. Or it's like those you know, this has been talked about so much about like with our modern society, our, you know, physiological responses to sensory stimulus, like such as, you know, our appetites are food, drugs, sex, just pleasure, you know, was evolved for a different type of world than the one we have now. And so now we need a lot of mental like restraint and discipline in order to maintain our lives and well-being, like kind of in opposition to that, our sensorial appetites. And there, I mean, and therein lies like maybe part of what's going on with walking talking is like is like, you know, on this level of like logical reason based living. Then on top of that, I'm trying to like reach up into like a mode of being that actually like in some ways like resists the logical, or well, I should say really transcends it. Like I guess that's my aspiration. try and gravitate towards walking to the places that don't have too much traffic noise. Maybe I'm experiencing a little bit of tiredness of talking, or really of thinking verbally, but I only really notice that if I stop, you know. As long as I keep going, I don't notice any tiredness. But then, if I stop talking, then maybe I like have an inclination to like rest the you know, linguistic part of my brain for a moment. But I'm probably still, you know, I'm probably still thinking though in linguistic terms, but like I might be starting to think in more practical terms. It's like and maybe like physiologically, maybe I'm starting to feel some like mild unpleasantness, just like maybe like mildly tired of walking or something like that. But like, it's now that I investigate that, it's like really not unpleasant, you know. And like, to what extent, you know, to what extent is like pleasure and unpleasantness real? It's certainly, you know, it's definitely real sometimes. Definitely. Suffering is definitely real. But I'm not actually sure if it's like, I'm not sure if it's like totally real as a discrete state of being that is totally different from joy, you know? Like, just from my personal experience, it's like those two things, like suffering and joy are always linked to each other. Always. The more I suffer, the more joy I experience, and then the more joy I experience, the more I suffer. And I've never found anything that disproves that. you know, I can, like, in my life, I see the, you know, when I am suffering, it tends to be like the more intense the suffering, it means like the harder it is for me to understand the meaning of that suffering in relation to the rest of my life and in relation to the rest of the world. Like if I can't make any sense of the suffering, like it doesn't seem to have any reason, then it, you know, like if it seems like it's just like suffering for no reason, and like as if that shouldn't exist, I feel like it's like a just unnecessary component of my reality. And like that's what's intense about it, and that's like kind of like what makes it suffering, like in that like I can't see its connection to anything else. But like the experience of joy for me is kind of this is kind of one and the same with the experience of like seeing the connection of everything. Like I could equate like suffering to being like disconnectedness, and joy to being a feeling of connectedness. And when I do feel joy, when I do experience that connectedness, I understand the meaning of my past suffering. I understand the reason and the necessity of it, and how it is connected with the rest of my life, and like has meaning in the rest of my life, and even gives meaning to the rest of my life. But it doesn't, you know, I don't think I'll ever be, I don't think any of us will ever be without either, you know? I kind of think that those two things are two parts of the same, that they create each other. I think a lot of people might disagree, but I think they're wrong. But it's fine if they disagree. I mean, well, it's fine and it's not. Like I do think they're wrong. That like even the experience of joy, that experience of connectedness, like you only experience it as such, like in relation to an experience of its opposite, of disconnectedness. Like you only experience it as connection if you've previously felt disconnection. And then like the disconnection, and same, you know, vice versa, like the suffering of disconnection maybe only follows feeling the joy of connection, and then, you know, it disappearing. I seem to be getting a little bit lazy here with terms of talking. Maybe it's partly the environment and partly tiredness. But when I think about that, I don't think either of those factors need to prevent me from continuing to talk. But you know, here I am trying again to think about what to say. So, you know, I'm always really in this position of what to say, and a lot of times in real life too. You know, if I'm not immediately just talking about something practical, and it's just like talking socially, small talk and stuff. It's the same. It's kind of the same as this. Like, you just jump into it, even though like it might feel pointless and unnatural even at first. But you have to like keep in mind that, in some sense, so is everything, and you have to do something. So you just like say something and then say the next thing based on that. Maybe mentally here, internally, mentally, I'm actually feeling a reflection of how I feel in relation to the external world. And you know, here I am, like, creating that difference again, but just a feeling of like you know, this feeling of not knowing exactly where I am or where I'm going. Not feeling like a strong line of thought to be following at this point, and then similarly, like, navigationally. And so, you know, this happens a lot where there seems to be a similarity between, like, how I think about how I'm moving physically in the world and how I'm thinking. Like I'm just kind of like wandering in a place that's unfamiliar, but like full of like very familiar, like objects of thought to, you know, like, that are like here to be attractive here, but that aren't really attractive to me, and they're like within, like, along with any attractive, there's like along with any attraction to any of these objects, you know, of thought or of material, there's like an equivalent, like there's an equivalent disgust that kind of balances it out. And then, you know, there's like a lot of activity, and so, you know, trying to kind of cut through the fray, I guess. To try and maintain something that's like has some kind of continuity or clarity or lucidity or something like that. Maybe, you know, maybe finding a quieter place would contribute to that. But then, you know, like, where is that, you know? And sometimes mentally it's like that, where it's like feeling mentally scattered, not being quite sure, like, how to get back to some clarity that you experienced before, like not remembering how exactly do you get yourself back there. Well, that's all right. You know, getting back into this this habit of rejecting a certain aspect of reality, and in this case it happens to be an equivalent external as internal, that is like a kind of flurry of exterior activity and unknowingness, like combined with the internal flurry of thoughts without being able to locate myself within it. Maybe feeling like more of the kind of gravity of the conventional worldview, like bringing me back to it, you know, of like you can't always maintain or at least I, you know, can't seem to be able to. Well, like I said, like I can't like I was talking about before, how I can't permanently maintain this like post-conventional perspective. Like the conventional beneath it like has a certain gravity to it, because you have to like
oh shit, that's cool.
you have to take care of these conventional practicalities, you know. You have to address the conventional concerns. You have to keep them satisfied in order to operate in a post-conventional perspective. And I feel that, you know, towards the end of this 4 hours, that gravity's starting to kick in, and not only just like the conventional, but just like the physiological gravity of like needing to you know, address the bodily needs, take care of the body, which is something even more basic than you know, conventional, like, you know, cognizing. It's like getting hungry and tired, and then feeling like a slight amount of my thinking kind of slowing down or something, like having like, seems like more work to remember the right words to say or something, certain vocabulary words. But like, well, I'm reassured that I'm happy that we're almost at the end of this, because my you know, my sensorial appetites are starting to kick in, at least a couple of them, and so I'll get to satisfy them pretty soon. The not purely pleasure appetites, but also, you know, just basic physiological needs. Am I overusing physiological when I just mean physical? What does physiological mean? I wonder if I'm using that word incorrectly. like we can say physical as in the human, in reference to the human body, but then we can also say physical just in relation to physics and in relation to matter. Again, I'm judging my thought again, you know, I'm like kind of returning to what, to the beginning of the video. Remember the beginning of the video in which I was like, spent some time making judgments about the quality of talking, and then making some judgments about the quality of talking, making some judgments about making judgments about talking. And then like letting go of that judging, and then that kind of like just leading into everything else that I said. And now it's kind of like that's kind of like happening in reverse, to where I'm moving like moving down from what I am remembering as a kind of lucidity that allowed me to think in a way that was transcendent of the concepts of time and transcendent of self-other dichotomies and transcendent of notion of consciousness. And now I'm coming kind of back down from that and starting to feel all these things as much more real aspects, you know, of like time matters, because I'm supposed to meet some people soon, and you know, self and other matters because I'm hungry, and like I need to take that other in the form of food and like make it part of myself by eating it. You know, I need to like transform other into self by eating. So, you know, this is where conventional reality like kicks back in and becomes important and real. And like, you know, specifics about geography come into play, because like I gotta get back to where I'm staying, and so I gotta figure out where the hell I am and where the hell I'm going. But it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Well, you know, like, I hope that I can, like, I hope that I can be fully accepting of this mode of experience, you know, as accepting of this as any other, with the knowledge that it's necessary for other states of experience. Well, you know, I wonder if like this you know, accepting of the different like modes of thinking, even though I feel like, you know, drawn towards certain ones. Well, I don't know, do I really feel drawn towards them? I don't know. You know, like in this video where I'm talking about like the conventional problems, like not really existing as problems, while you're like experiencing reality from a post-conventional perspective. And it's like from, you know, the conventional perspective of like, which I feel like increasingly like I'm entering now, it's like, well, that post-conventional state seems appealing in some way. Like, can't I just stay in that, you know, and never have any problems? But it's not possible, you know. It's because that state is completely predicated upon addressing your conventional world problems, you know, and taking care of them in just like a very practical sense. They're not really separate.
Umgebracht wurde dort.
And so like that, you know, that still feels totally clear to me, and so I don't really feel too attached to anything. But you know, I also have this confidence that I can continue to address my conventional problems, and continue to create the conditions for a higher post-conventional experience. And while I talk about, you know, these like lower perspectives, you know, being preconditions for the higher perspective, it's also true that the higher perspectives like have like a reaching down influence on the lower perspectives, like in the same way that like our logical way of interacting with the world, like has this like kind of like overarching like influence on like how we physically interact, like, you know, our logical knowledge about like diet and nutrition and stuff, like has this overarching like influence on like how we eat and take care of our bodies, and like kind of like has a regulating effect on how we interact with pleasure and pain, you know, which are more basic physical experiences that, like, you know, some other animals, like that may be like the top level experience of the top level way of experiencing reality. And so it seems like it also seems to follow that, like, being able to get into a higher perspective where you are able to see through time and see through like self and other distinctions, and understand consciousness for what it is, as being, like, you know, just this like kind of conceptual linkage that we need to like repair, the like self-other divide, something, and like understanding, like having that perspective. And then I think that kind of like tends to have a reaching down like impact on like how we engage with the logical world. Like, we engage with the logical world, but like not taking it as an ultimate reality, an ultimate perspective. Like, even if you're in it and you're addressing, you know, practical concerns by using abstract logical thinking, maybe you do so with, you know, some awareness that, like, that is creating conditions for you to be able to have, like, you know, this perspective that can see through the solidity of that. That encompasses it. I'm getting really tired here. I feel like I'm kind of losing my clarity, and the things that I say start to feel increasingly like not as truthful, because maybe I'm kind of rehashing things I said before, but in a way that's like less fresh. But that's okay. It's like, you know, at least true to reality. And then I'm lingering. That's what's like. What keeps happening is like my physical relationship to the world, like navigationally, like keeps relating to my ability to navigate thought. And so, like, I'm just kind of like lingering here, mentally lingering on something that happened already, and then I'm lingering here physically because it's like this is about to be over, and then I'm like near the train station, and I should like get on the train to get back to where I'm staying. And so, like, yeah, there's some kind of like getting lazy and tired. You know, it's like, what what can be accomplished in these last few minutes? Well, first of all, probably thinking about things in terms of accomplishing things is probably not necessary. But hey, I think we're here. I think we did it. I think we made the 4 hours. So I really want to strongly acknowledge. Oh wow, that's amazing. I want to acknowledge your part in this, your role. It is very, it's like critical. Just like the fact that you watch this and you listen is like as important as my role in doing this, and it creates this experience for me, and I hope to have, you know, I don't know, it's an experience for you, I guess. Not much more to say. I'm just gonna end it, and I'll see you next time.